And then the other ones.
loko mi nga twisisi language leyi va yi vulavulaka laha va mi cincela ka language leyi mi yi lavaka. I just need no lava mavoko ni ta kota ku mi nyika xi xa kona.
The Honorable Madam Speaker.
And when the speaker's procession enters the temple, all delegates are expected to rise. The speaker shall request the assembly to observe a moment of silence for prayers and all meditation. The delegate who is called upon to make a presentation shall be requested to take to the podium. After presentation, delegates shall submit their presentation to the Secretariat. If delegates leave the temple, they shall bow to the speaker when they reach the door. The same shall apply when they enter the chamber during the all delegates vote in the chamber, and the gallery shall remain silent when presentations are made. All presenters shall address the House through the speaker. Delegates are not allowed to cross the chamber or route to the podium. All cell phones shall be switched off upon entering the chamber. This applies to all the delegates seated in the gallery. Delegates shall use acceptable language consistent with the decorum of the House. Delegates are expected to behave in a manner consistent with the decorum of the House. Upon adjournment of the proceedings, all delegates shall rise and remain standing until Speaker's procession has left the chamber. Members, are there any motions without notice in terms of House Rule number 145? If none, let's proceed. I shall call now upon Councillor Ramukulu from Capricorn District to make welcoming address. Honorable Ramukulu.
the provincial legislature for this opportunity. Just 2 weeks ago, our country commemorated the National Women's Day, a day of which we did mainly 3 things. Remember the exceptional contribution made by women to achieve a just, equal, democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist society. Access to the progress or lack, therefore, thereof, in advancing the objective of the emancipation of the empowerment of women. We commit ourselves to accelerate the struggle for gender equality. Madam Speaker, gender equality report of the UN Development Program stated that women's empowerment is central to human development. Human development as a process of enlarging people's choice. Do not occur when the choices of half of humanity are restricted. Targeted actions aimed at empowering women and do away with gender inequalities in the socio-economic spheres, as well as in terms of civil and political rights, must be taken alongside efforts to fight poverty. We all agree that gender equality makes women vulnerable to poverty and exclusion, from opportunities and the essentials that provide a better life. If the issues are not addressed, together they perpetuated poverty from one generation to the next. This sitting, therefore, an opportune time to reflect on the past, the present, and the future in our guests to improve the lives of women in the world. Madam Speaker, the struggle of 1956 continues, and that is why we need gatherings such as this to continue floating away to advance the diverse interests of women in our society and work and in businesses. It is therefore important for this Parliament to help us build an inclusive space which facilitates participation of women in business and employment opportunities, as well as governance and leadership. We are delighted that the motion for today's debate are tailored to achieve the above transformation and to find lasting solution to the scourge of gender-based violence. We believe, therefore, that this Parliament will serve as an opportunity to translate its resolutions into a roadmap that will add strength to women empowerment programs and guarantee the safety and security of women. Madam Speaker, having outlined these challenges, women must also applaud for their resilience, despite many of you who are gathered here, as well as others in society and in different parts of our provinces, have made important gains, taking us a step closer to attainment of gender equality. The only relentless enemy we must defeat is the demon of gender-based violence and femicide, which undermines the success we are seeing in transforming the lives of women for the better. Building on milestones, we should all become selfless community builders in our own rights, especially because government on its own cannot achieve much. We should therefore feel proud that women of this province have the opportunity to emulate but struggle still should continue. Our hopes is to see you discussing, debating, but most importantly, speaking with one voice of all issues here today. We know we still have a long journey ahead of us, but as society and as we should never ever lose hope that we will ultimately achieve our goals of gender equality and defeat the monster of gender-based violence. This is because we kept the homes and lives of many poor, marginalized, women out there whose strive for social and economic opportunities and a safer life is set on this parliament for a change in their daily lives. Let us not let them down. We owe it to the 1956 generation and other fallen heroes to do so. We therefore await the outcome of this women parliament with eagerness and full anticipation. Let me once again welcome you all in this important gathering of great minds. Malibogwe.
Shall now call upon Honorable Senator Sirani to address the House.
Honorable Speaker, before we go next time, the Chief Whip, maybe there are controversies. Mara, Honorable Speaker, for Mamotan Jatina Masadi Bakufani, Para, Mawona, Bako Ketan Jackie, Rabbi Rona, Yalakamush, Yalamanya Migor, Mamota, Masadi Baketreka, Mara, Abafele. Because Honorable Speaker, Kemmer Rusmirmola, you I know Mushama Wat, and for that reason why I'm here. Honorable Speaker, Masaliba legislature today, Baba attended the city in that 7, and you included. And you then ask yourself as to, because today is an important day, where are those or other women who are supposed to be part of this particular event? And the Honorable Chief Whip, because he's the Chief Whip of the legislature, he does not have an answer to that, and it's quite surprising. I want to only emission you are and we have agreed more legislature. Our Salon program, yeah, no that temporary program legislature. Mrs. South Africa or Namoli Go. amukieletso o bongwe ga baka la di-program tšeo ba tlholago tšeo thulana le program tša di-security. And this is uncalled for. And I think I was in a honorable speaker, because even though I'm under 40, but I feel that I've left the youth league. If I was in the youth league, I would speak something else. The presiding officer, Honorable Chadi, the chairperson of Quality of Life, Youth, Women and People with Disability, Honorable Makula Mugaba Pukwana, member of the legislature, members of the National Council of Provinces, the speaker from local and district municipalities, executive mayor of Capricorn District Municipality, Councillor Mamili Peter Efo, councillors from local and district municipalities, traditional and religious leaders, representatives from various political parties, all women formations and women leaders, officials from the Limpopo legislature, officials from the office of the Premier, officials from local and district municipalities, distinguished guests, media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thanks very much, Presiding Officer, for affording me this opportunity to address this important gathering. This is an important day to celebrate the contribution of women to our democracy, and we hope we will have a fruitful women's sectoral parliament today. Presiding Officer, the Limpopo legislature is hosting women's sectoral parliament to commemorate Women's Month under the theme, I quote, Generation Equality, realizing women's rights for an equal future, I close quote. The last Women's Sectoral Parliament was held in 2019. And hosting this event is an opportunity to reflect on the progress we've made in supporting and empowering women, and further determine the task that lies ahead for all of us. Honorable Speaker, the legacy we inherited from women in 1956, who marched to the Union building under the banner of the Federation of South African Women, fought for the equal rights and liberation for all women in our country. And it is from this legacy that women today benefit from meaningful participation in the economy across all the spheres of government. Emancipation of women starts with protecting and advancing the rights of these particular women from the young age. These, Honorable Speaker, require us to increase effort in providing conducive learning environment in schools for young girls and for equal access to education. Through the implementation of sanitary dignity program in our public schools, we see today that most young girls are in schools and the dropout rate has been reduced. Over 34 million has been spent on sanitary dignity program and benefiting from 196,000 girls learners. And we believe that this approach will go a long way in the development of women and also enriching the gender equality. Presiding Officer, the Limpopo legislature is committed towards monitoring and playing a rigorous oversight in ensuring that the support for women through the implementation of provincial procurement strategy. The economic empowerment of women-led SMMEs government preferential procurement. Presiding officer, the NGOs and cooperatives run by women in Limpopo province are about 2,904 and were supported by government to sustain jobs, while at the same time advancing socio-economic interventions to the most needed. In 2019, Honorable Speaker, Women Sectoral Parliament that was held in Vembe District, Madimbo, provided that the women in this particular province spoke about issues affecting them. Indeed, we listened at that particular time and we have made progress in these difficult COVID-19 times. This was done with one objective: to improve the quality life of women. Whilst a lot has been done to support women, the Limpopo legislature is aware that a lot still needs to be done to fully emancipate women in our province. We are aware that women of our province are faced with many challenges that impact in their lives and undermine the right and equality for all. For instance, the brutal murder of Capricorn team and college student, Bruder Precious Ramagulana, the murder of Matiliso Mucheko, who was mechanical engineer student in the Palestinian College. Mabula Maria Lotwalo was also murdered in Mangweng by a boyfriend, Refiloma Lupi, who was murdered also because she was a lesbian. All this barbaric and unscrupulous conduct and many murder attest to the scourge of gender-based violence cases in this particular province. Presiding officer, these incidents of gender-based violence against women and children are also increasing and are a constant challenge and a threat to our community. The attack and robbing of our icon Boko Esther Masangu in her home earlier this year highlight the plight of many of older persons in our community. Our grandmothers are abused, raped and robbed, and even attacked, even murdered in their homes. Government particularly is noting the increase of gender-based violence cases, responded by, of course, this particular initiative policy that changed the path of making law processes. The government has raised effort to reach this goal, and relevant policies are going to be reviewed. Indeed, this intervention has started to pay off, Honorable Speaker. The recent sentencing of Lazarus Maso to 22 years imprisonment relating to the Deacon murder case in Limpopo High Court, the sentencing of Ntutu Kochoba to life imprisonment in connection with murder of Chihofa Jopule by the Gauteng High Court is a testimony that indeed the government is committed to fight the gender-based violence. These are few, Honorable Speaker, examples that show that the government indeed is serious about ending the gender-based violence with an intention of protecting women of their rights. These issues, unless they are addressed and illuminated by women parliament today, will worsen our social circumstances. Unless we engage in a deep and thorough discourse, these issues cannot be resolved. The deepening of inequality, Honorable Speaker, that persists in our country and that seeks to undermine the efforts of this particular precious government must be fully debated by women themselves. Presiding officer, as we conclude, we are very proud of Banyana when they won the Women African Cup of Nations. However, the issue of payment disparities, as recently highlighted Banyana Banyana, demonstrate a gender inequality and discrimination that still exists amongst women in our country. His sectoral parliament presiding officer will be successful if we debate toxic masculinity, patriarchy, and male supremacy in our society. Let's double our efforts to reach the goal of gender equality and ensure women are treated equally and with dignity in all spheres of society. As the Honorable Speaker for today, as the Honorable Speaker in 2022 State of the Province Premier, as the Honorable Premier in his 2022 State of the Province address stated that Limpopo will continue to rise. We have started a great journey of rebirth and renewal. We are emerging from the ashes of yesterday into the glory of days for tomorrow. Like Phoenix, Limpopo will rise again, rejuvenated, re-energized, and refocused. I therefore call women of Limpopo to rise and fight for their right, equal opportunity, and economic inclusion. I thank you. Yalabuwa, Dolebuwa, Nakes. Thank you very much.
Honorable members in the gallery and honorable members in the chamber, I read the rules of procedures for next Parliament 2022. And in Rule 8, I requested that all of us who are attending Women's Parliament, whether in gallery or in the chamber, we are going to switch off our cell phones. Nobody is allowed to take pictures in legislature sitting. I will ask all in the gallery to switch off their cell phones and are not allowed to take any picture except those who are given the responsibility by the legislature to do so. Thank you. We shall now call upon Ms. Manamela to give progress report on the resolution of the 2019 Women's Parliament. Ms. Manamela. Honorable Manamela. Traditional leaders, representatives of different organizations, colleagues from government, guests of the day, Asadi Matsarati Bagawale, Yesara Maligo, Ari Lebowakgomo, our youth, Pascolo, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to present progress against resolutions that were taken in 2019. And then we need to thank COVID for having been subsided, because otherwise we would not meet like this. We couldn't meet in those resolutions had recommendations. So I'm going to give progress in line with the recommendations that were made. Resolution number 1 was on the emancipation of women today, reflections of 25 years into democracy. And the first recommendation was for government to regulate churches as women becomes victims of these mushrooming churches. Honorable Speaker of the Day, we all know that these churches are continuing to mushroom. But government has tried its best in terms of regulating these churches. It had established a commission for the promotion and protection of the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. And we are aware that different pastors or bishops were called to come and account to this commission in terms of, turning churches into business entities. And therefore, we believe that this particular recommendation is work in progress, and it has been attended to by government. The second recommendation to the same resolution was on the inclusion of women and people with disabilities, that they should be protected against any form of abuse. And we are saying that as the local government, we have developed a gender-based violence and femicide strategic plan that was produced by the relevant technical steering committee. And it actually deals with this particular problem there of protecting women and people with disabilities. And we also included an annexure to those that have the document that actually explains further on this particular item. But we're not saying that we're satisfied with what we do. We still have challenges. In terms of this particular recommendation, the challenge is that even though we have this technical steering committee, the data that is collected is not disaggregated. And therefore, there has been a provincial gender-based violence and femicide technical committee that comprises of different departments in the province, universities, Commission on Gender Equality, and the NPA, as well as the mobile regeneration movement. Now, the other recommendation was that visually impaired women should be empowered about their sexual rights. On this one, we say that the government is actually taking care of this particular item in terms of utilizing the Department of Health to address this challenge. That as and when they visit clinics and health centers, they are able to be assisted, and health education is then given to them. I think we are all aware that the Department of Health is responsible for the overall health and well-being of our communities in Limpopo and other provinces. We also say that the department is actually using radio stations and other media houses to spread this gospel in terms of reproductive health as well as other conditions. And the department also have the school health program such that as and when they visit schools, they are able to educate learners about their sexual rights. And this includes special schools for learners with special educational needs. We're also saying that within the Department of Health, we have community health workers. And these community health workers, I think we
be sensitized to deal with visually impaired women who need healthcare services. And of course, these healthcare workers are trained by the Department of Health to do exactly that, and they also train on principles. The next recommendation was that healthcare services should be made accessible through mobile clinics or provision of transport for women with disabilities. The Department of Health has mobile clinics, that is for villages that do not have clinics or health centers. These mobile clinics are able to go to these villages to provide health care in terms of primary, secondary, and tertiary. And it is during those mobile clinic visits that communities are educated about these health issues. And we're also saying that in the absence of mobile clinics, as and when community members are sick, they are able to call ambulances. We know that we still have challenges there, but at least we are able to, to provide that service. In the absence of ambulances, there's a planned patient transport that can be utilized. And the next recommendation was on policies that should be put in place to address the inequalities in the workplace. And here we are saying that those policies, Basaliva issue, are there, and some of them have been established since the last parliament, and we have highlighted the different policies that seeks to address these challenges. We have a gender equality strategy framework, a job access strategy framework, as well as policy and procedure to eliminate sexual harassment. In fact, we have many, but we just listed the few. And we also have policy on reasonable accommodation and assistive devices. On this one, we will be talking about crutches and many other things that make life easy for people living with disabilities. So of course, the creation of ramps and so forth. And this morning, we also identify a challenge in terms of that, in terms of ramps and so forth. We know that we do have ramps, but it's not enough for to can assist people with challenges. The second resolution was on striving together to remove the barriers to young women, education for expanded meaningful choice and opportunities. On this one, the recommendation was that bursaries should be made available to disadvantaged young women. And we're saying that as government, in terms of policy, 60% of bursaries are allocated to women, and we have included the statistics. I'll just read the last line on the screen that speaks to 2022. That's for the academic year 2022. That we've got 258 learners, the bursaries that were given, and these learners have completed their studies. And we have 296 that are still continuing with their studies. We didn't have any intake for this particular year simply because of budget cuts and other challenges because of COVID-19. And we have absorbed 158 bursaries. The third resolution is on empowering and supporting women, fostering entrepreneurship and inclusive economic empowerment to address the critical challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The recommendation thereof was that the government should establish empowerment programs to empower women in entrepreneurship. And the progress to date is that the government has established empowerment programs aimed at empowering women entrepreneurship. So here we're speaking to the Lebowakgomo preferential procurement strategy that as of now, women entrepreneurs are allocated 25% of all procurement spent in the province. And to date, entrepreneurs have accessed 19.7%. It's not good, but
Women Economic Empowerment Program. And on this one, we say the Office on the Status of Women, SIDA and the Presidency Ministry of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities implemented a program called WIP in Limpopo, and this is an initiative to help groups of women obtain seed money to start their own income generating projects. This grant also accommodates groups that include both women and men. Over 600 women companies were assisted in Limpopo. We also have the Sanitary Dignity Program, and this program is run by the Department of Education. I remember the last time we gathered here for the same Women's Parliament. It's a bit of a long time ago. We were still suggesting that this program should be put in place. And the challenge being that Banaba local people, because of this year on a period of the menstruating, and we should thank government that at least it managed to rise to the occasion and come up with this program such that even the absenteeism level will not be that high because of sanitary program. And then we also have the 8 Possible Action Plan. This is initiated by PSA. It's within the Gender Equality Strategic Framework for the public service, and it recommends that 1 week in the month of August be dedicated to Public Service Women Management Week, which means that this very week that we are in, departments will embark on this particular program. Then the second recommendation was that financial assistance should be provided to women who are interested in establishing cooperatives. And here, in terms of the progress, we have highlighted the number of cooperatives in Limpopo that they have increased over the past 5 years from 9. It's not good enough, but it's something we're moving in the right direction. And this 9 were in the pilot study. It has moved from 9 to 93. This one is excellent. I think we need a clap for this one. Yes, that the increase in the number of cooperatives in the province has mostly occurred in the rural areas. I think it also needs a clap because the urban areas are actually advantaged. But if we can start empowering our women in rural areas, then we will be able to have the high unemployment rate, and at least families will be able to eat. We will also try to bring down the level of poverty because the women will be self-sufficient. And we also know that in a home, in a household, women are and I'm not being discriminated, are the ones that would most of the time try to make plans that the family needs. We know that for normal women, you would cook for your family, give everyone, make sure that everyone has before you can eat. So that's why the resolution number 4, the first recommendation is actually the only one. Is government should intensify outreach programs on the implementation of the 4th Industrial Revolution. More computer. Right now, since COVID-19, the rest of the would meet virtually. So we realized that some of the things that we adopted during COVID-19 last cycle, the meeting but some of them will remain virtual, and therefore it is important to then educate women and our young ones, to this ICT saying that in terms of progress, a total number of 250 youth have been trained on technical support and software development sponsored by NEXITA and GIMA at MSc College. And we are saying that 60% of the trainees are young women. We're also saying that the Department of Education has embarked on an e-education campaign, and over 24,000 tablets will be distributed to schools in the province. The fifth one is on the awareness campaigns that should be intensified to contagious communities about the importance of accepting the LGBTIQ+ people in their communities. We know very well that these members of the LGBTIQ+ are being persecuted and harassed because of their sexual orientation. And we say in terms of government, the Commission on Gender Equality has a public education and awareness program, outreach and access to justice, aimed at heightening and intensifying awareness of acceptance of LGBTIQ+ communities. I think it was early this year or last year where someone was killed, a woman was killed in Rasikuki, was kidnapped and killed simply because of her sexual orientation. So the Commission on Gender Equality is busy doing outreaches to communities such that they are able to accept this, accept the LGBTIQ+ people. And we also have the outreach and access to justice. And this program is popularized through electronic media, through the community radio, and the SAABC combo in the province. I think my presentation ends here. What is next is just an extra aid that seeks to explain everything that I have presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Manuela. As we proceed, we are on number 7 order of the day. All presenters, when you come to the podium, will you please raise your voice so that whatever you are presenting can be heard by everybody. Thank you, honorable members. 7.1.1, we have the topic elimination barriers and enforcing access to justice in the fight of gender. We shall now call upon the honorable member of the Limpopo legislature to move for the first topic. Honorable members, Honorable Suona. Yes, please. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Mashike Behasono, I rise for the House to consider and adopt the motion as presented. I will read the motion, Honorable Speaker. The motion 7.1 is eliminating barriers and enforcing access to justice in the fight of gender-based violence against women. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sona. Any seconder? Honorable Kanyane.
very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Reverend Maria Lefanani, hereby move that the motion for eliminating barriers and enforcing access to justice in the fight of gender-based violence against women be adopted as strongly as presented by Honorable Stewart. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lefanani. We shall now refer to speakers list. I'm requesting all the speakers to adhere to the time given. Thank you. Honorable G. Lekengwe.
Honorable Speaker, sit down. Honorable Speaker, Memika Mukara present here, all protocol observed. Good morning. Milan, Aushin, Lima, Cherun, good morning. Once more, Honorable Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Today we are sitting in this August House as part of our responsibility as women from all spheres of the province to debate the gender-based violence that is equally, that has engulfed our country. ANC, I'm representing the ANC Women's League in the province. Honorable Speaker, the United Nations has defined the gender-based violence against women as a global health and development issue. A host of policies and public education programs have been undertaken to aim at reducing such gender-based violence. In 1995, United Nations conference in Beijing, that was the conference of women in Beijing, defined gender-based violence against women as any act that results in physical, sexual, or psychological harm. The sense of the form of violence, including male partners violence vary the race and the form of violence, including intimate partners violence vary widely across cultures. Violence against women and is the most commonly perpetrated by someone they know, such as a male intimate partner. Honorable Speaker, Pulwane taxi driver Josias Kibi appeared in May 2021 in Pulwane Magistrate Court on charge of murder of then consultant Sebo Raboma. Mr. Raboma was a partner of 8 years and a partner who had 3 children. The 4 children were laid to death with an axe at Habasha, Salitore, a village outside Vegasport in June 2021. And also in December 2021, 7 family members, 2 brothers, 4 children, and pregnant wife were shot dead at Tim Jones in Norway. Honorable Speaker, a 15-year-old girlfriend was stabbed to death in Volga village in December 2021 after a relationship went sour. Honorable Speaker, these examples and vigilance have names and faces and relatives behind them. These are few examples for the month of December initiated from the research. Honorable Speaker, South Africa Police Services reported 54,000 sexual offences cases in South Africa in 2015. And in 2012, gender links found that 77% of women in Limpopo had experienced some form of GBV, and men were the main perpetrators of those violence. This is hard scientific data, shows that the incidence of gender-based violence and femicide has increased since the lockdown. 10,200 cases were reported. Honorable Speaker, we cannot longer have a situation where women, both old and young, are violated against by the many of female such violence. We are, however, confronted that the government has developed pairs of GBV. We are pleased that the government led by the ANC protects women by providing the service and the support most needed. Government provided intervention in circumstances in victims of BGV and counseling, and shelter services were provided in 74 funded victims empowerment centers in Limpopo province. This is great. Our province has already established the provincial gender-based violence and femicide technical committees through this program, wherein 3,000 victims of sexual crimes and violence received psychological services, and 121 rape cases were reported and supported. Honorable Speaker, GBVF must be fought everywhere. We should not relent in fight against the abuse of women and elderly to achieve the harmonious and safe communities. Although women are faced with the challenges of today or our country is in general and Congo in particular have proved to have the capacity to fight and arrest the perpetrators of gender-based violence. And as I conclude, I would like the House to know that there are structures in place that were put by the department to help all those things. And in conclusion, it is acknowledged that gender-based violence is a major human rights problem, not only in South Africa and around the country, the whole country. Preventing gender-based violence will require comprehensive approach that intervenes the individual, therapists, and the structures level. It is also reduced that intervention for the romance is really needed. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
I shall call upon Honorable L. Nakali.
kamuka, jadi political kamuka. Women with disability, who better hire in Western or Japore. I don't know because they are getting grants. That grant is not for support. They already run out for help because situation is done. They are good. Because the case down there is very reported case. Then that thing, it was a whole result because very reported are not here. Number 4, left of education. Regular media awareness campaign. You take aside how to report the case because Corona, but prior to the case was at school, but if you then have quite touch office, the Bellam show what I'm going now, the video, when you want to press to work on one, if I want one, the man show to work on one, or I'm going to show them to what I think, I'll tell this forward. If you want another, then after reporting the case, I will call A1 complainant because in case we get we don't know. The never CSF, the CCF, we can follow up and if now Tata will create or case you if Jaman because everyone advocacy. And then it answers the stakeholders, the Rubala by maybe training LGBT because the councillors, the stakeholders, but no community, the police, police station, when we call them, but now most time, then every councillors, the stakeholders, President GBB, what is going on about the GBB, without knowing resolution here first, let's get to the process. Maklamu kaba SHF person even in one number to the CSF. Ya kupenda isamu ya jago kusiela kure. Abata ve CPF CSF why community into step and sawana da because anti politics give aside and the change ba ko me bana ba mo. Any case you withdraw your ordinary review and follow up and then regret in a small job. Water, kupenda stakeholders the report or challenging in direct GBB because this thing, you guys give us a label and community challenge from the complainant or the business and campaign. In Basemba disability, Lemona, DST, justice, and subs, my job is serious because I'm a decision maker because we know it's a number. You want to challenge change. I was some normalized steps, telling why I don't like to challenge one as a person with disability. God, we show the access of us with disability, the changing from as government. Anything we share, the ruling, the massacre, what expect or what they more or come to because I was over subs, government, church office, but our church office are treating GBB because they're not taking serious by JS Channel. You're not young. The distance, even the eye contact, Jalero. I shall call upon Honorable MEC Marshall.
Amen. Amen. Mabaka ao. Tunataka kufanya mabaka ao wakati tunabona mtoto. Yabasani. Ayefasi. Tunataka kufanya mabaka gani? Kuswale tu kubali counseling chabalina. Kubeli marriage counseling. Cheo tutabona matata akamanga peni. Lona asolwa kwa. Ambele mishuma bathu bashume bakumaneta kuja. Thuto bolikolo ga ile bona ya go ntsa bana ga go ba bashimane ka go tlhopha le tshwaro ya basadi. Thuto ba ile ka go tlhopha la go tseba modimo. Musho ba nya go go tshwara modimo. Go khali ka batho go go tshaba modimo.
dithuto tsa sedumedi di be gona. Molao ga o tiiša letsogo go ba dira botlhogo. Some 10 years back ke ile ka etela kwa Dubai. Dubai le motho a bolaile motho wa bolawa. No mercy there. Ge a utswitse o kgaolwa letsogo, a utswa a kgaolwa letsogo le lengwe. Ge a teenager e ka ba pregnant, o mmitšwa le partner ya gagwe ba ba fiša being alive. Ka boela gape ka o etela kwa Singapore. Ge o nyaka go dula Singapore, ba go nyakišiša gore na o tswa lefelo le le jwang o motho o jwang. That's why ke mmušwana ga o tiiša letsogo go ba dira basedi. Beke ya go feta sa tlo tswela go boloka mme o mongwe a bolaile ke ngwana gagwe wa 17 years. Go ya ka molao wa rona mo o tlile go ba šetse ba montšhitše ba no under age gabe ka fase ga tlhokomelo ya batswadi. Gomme a lapeleng sa kgaotše. Brothers and sisters in Christ, let's join hands. Together we can make a difference. May good Lord be with you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Honorable Marshal. I shall now call Honorable Iber.
Thank you, Speaker, for affording me this opportunity. The person's going to be here to stop. The person's going to be here is IV, and bears my surname. I represent deaf women of the water province as a representative from DEFSA, which is the Federation of South Africa. Now, the most thing is how people view us as women. How people view us as women. I think that also contributes in the marriage. Why? Because I say this because people judge us women, they judge how powerful we are. There's been a lot of negative issues, comments, and stories about women. But people don't know that we as women have power. What's important is what we do about it. We as deaf women have a lot of challenges. For example, no one understands us. No one listens to us. Why? Because we do not want to learn our language. Communication in the deaf world is very, very important. But what I think it's a barrier because we can't access anything because people do not know our language, which is South Africa right now. Again, when you look at a deaf woman, people see us as different women, but we are not different from each and every other woman. The challenge is that we are deaf and no one can communicate with us. All we have to do, always when we need help, we need to write, and to find that some of us don't even know how to write because of education. We've never had education. So that results in a barrier. We can't get any service from our government or the police station for that matter. You find that I cannot leave because I did not go to school. I our what we need is skilled people to be placed in all service centers, in all government institutions. We need interpreters in essential services. A lot of deaf people come across different channels. Like for instance, maybe I'm sick, but I cannot go to the hospital. Or maybe the family is abusing me, I'm being abused in the family. I cannot report it because I know we will not get help. I will not get help because of the communication barrier. We do not have support. We do not have the system that supports us as our women. We've been crying about it. Maybe you find out that late. She goes to the police station to report, but still she won't get any help because her and the police person or the police officer won't understand each other because there are no teachers in police station, which is a very critical issue to probably because we can't even report our problems. We don't get help anymore. We are very concerned. Why? Because we are not really getting services. Even in court, how do I go to court? How do you convict someone without communication? We really need to stop these dangers. We need to not reduce them, but stop them. Because there are a lot of dangers in different service centers. In police stations, in hospitals, in the vet, everywhere we have barriers because our institutions do not want to learn our language, which is South African Sign Language. If not, appoint South African Sign Language interpreters. That way we will be able to get assistance, we will be able to solve this issue that we have. Services will be easier, will be rendered easier, our lives will be as difficult as they are right now. Please stop ignoring us. DEFSA, which is Deaf Federation of South Africa, is the only office in the province which we go to. So now DEFSA alone cannot do it. We need the help of the government, the SAPS, everyone, because the office is small in the province. Yet they are trying, but them alone cannot do it because there is communication barrier in the government. A lot of deaf people don't understand, for example, what happens, what goes on in courts, how to report at the police station, what to do when you get to a health facility, simply because of lack of information. Or should I say the information is there, but it's not, it does not reach us. Why? Because of communication. And the justice system, it's very critical to have an interpreter. It's very important. It's very important. Because if you do something dangerous, we can lose a case simply because you can't understand what I'm saying. You may find out I'm confused. How do we solve these issues or this communication? The Department of Justice in the Congo must work together with deaf Federation of South Africa. That way they can give us the proper services. Again, equality is very key. We should not choose who deserves this, who doesn't. We are all equal as women. Please, to the government, do not ignore. It's a concern. We all need the services. We need the support. Again, access to jobs as they've been. I plead with the mobilists, I plead with the government. Again, please give us the necessary support. Please make sure that our concerns are taken care of. Please learn our language. Please appoint South African Sign Language interpreters. GBV is a very, 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 very sensitive thing which we go through every day. But we cannot report, we cannot talk about it because we cannot communicate, we cannot communicate with us. There are no interpreters. Please, we must do away with GBV. We must do away with all the challenges. Do not reduce, but do away with them.
Yes, I can do. I hope all speakers have learned from the presenter right now. Please stick to time. I'll call upon Honorable El Pasha. Honorable Speaker, Council for the Blind. GBV, it's in the government. The government is emotionally, we are being abused. In the city, Mara, we don't have the documents. I'm an agenda as I speak. In the quality picture. And it would come in here, Rockefeller, Chareva, Sarah Craig. I don't know which one. Mara, those are not Chelani. But I have come up into the Rockefeller, Chareva, you Rockefeller, Mushwana, or Tamayan, if ever you know or invite them as possible, please Rockefeller be assured to have a guide, and then the documents in their accessible format. And then they have a bill, poverty and unemployment. People look at the Basaiba's one of the poverty, the unemployment. Post. Grant that's what Kenya. One of our Tomaola, I had to university to get a strategy. So unemployment in Mushwara now is known. especially the government totally blind. What you apply, or what you makala, what you join, or the school join, what I say the government but the land visitors go. So we shall write the government as later that but the visitors go. Mara at the end of the day, Repona la Shua Mataka, Hari Abibi, Basagos, Bonanzo, Maragana, Laki, and Baba Mata, we shall try to do Shakiman. Mantra are very much accused while British are all Nabakamuka. The woman guy, we have to tell it, Umitisha, Umikai, Marabas, Shakiman, where was the so. And then Mchumba is Elkana, Beriana, Basaiba Saboni. Kitawaya Kawasaps. Kasaps keep problem is serious good. Not that good community in Africa, but once more. Only was a little in Piwa, or not a Kipicon. Baba late was one, and after two problems but if I can Maragaya police station, Mapusa, the Baboni now. Now, come one at our phone. Come on, someone to tell him to cut out what Mamma, voice, your mamma. Maradeni, you have a because of Katusho to the Lavacana. You do the Kimu, the Rene, the Lavacate, Madame, the Barilla. Resa for the Gafana, because I have a floor. I cannot problem. Superman and Kiano. Come on, what the DNA, the American Dafona Tush. Marana, I didn't tush casino. Party fingerprints, but forensic fingerprints, the Atusha. Organization here now usually 2 times this year. The fingerprints by the Queenage. Ravana Colera S of Palermo organization. The Pashatana Bonana Kai. Asam kalau sama pusat kau cakap, rukun pasal ni bukan nak kaya. Rukun jadi tushika berseja. Lalu kau sadunji. Nak aku suka kau pore, nak sabun pore. Rejia kisahnya di police station. Kau nak pada tadi, ada spesial mana salung pada tadi. Dan nak kau pada tadi kau orang nak cuci South Africa dan ada dior. Kuri ni lebih duty fast. Asa sababu kandelan, relela musho akano mana di bandiba, mana di pamphlet change, mara amuti nele silo kali na kiale wo. I shall now call upon Honorable Jane Masheko.
MPCs present here today, yourselves, the presenters, officials from the legislature as well as from the districts, our Honorable Councillor from Capricorn Municipality, Councillor Emma Honorable Selan, all our young people present here today, and all our beautiful women who attended this gathering. You are very beautiful. You are presentable. You are nicely dressed. You are just enough. Honorable Madam Speaker, our topic today from the Progressive Women Movement of South Africa, represented by Lebowakgomo. I'm going to talk on eliminating the barriers and enforcing access to justice in the fight of gender-based violence against women. On eliminating barriers and enforcing justice, Madam Speaker, we believe that this is a program that needs a well-directed goal and the stepping stones. We therefore, as the Progressive Women Movement of South Africa, wish to align ourselves with the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. Because we can't promise this House today that we wish this is going to be over tomorrow, we won't be realistic. But we believe that by 2020, if we start doing what we are going to present here today, we might see freedom to our women and our girl children. Madam Speaker, this also includes our key population, our LGBTIs, as well as people living with disabilities. We are here to plead on behalf of everyone affected by this topic, that they might be freed from the brutality of the offenders. Our topic, Madam Speaker, as stated above, it aims to bring right and end to the challenge that stood for a decade. Gender-based violence affects women and girls disproportionately. Women experience sexual or other forms of violence daily. Women are also likely to be killed by their intimate partners or family members. Cases have been cited. I just want to name just one of Precious Mahavan from Lebowakgomo. For the past 3 years, even today, her family couldn't bury her. They don't know where her remains are, having been killed by an intimate partner, a foreigner. Crimes involving violence against women are among the most underreported and the least likely to end in conviction. It has become a norm for women to be violated in any form that sends chills to the spine. Hence the declaration by the President of the country that it is a pandemic. Madam Speaker, survivors often face significant obstacles due to gaps in criminal law and procedure, gender stereotypes, victim blaming, and inadequate response on criminal justice institutions and professionals, leading to secondary victimization of the victims. For this reason, Madam Speaker, let me just go straight to the services that we feel they might be important in this. That the government needs to work on promoting access to and functioning of criminal justice remedies to violence against women through policy and operational advice and public advocacy, building capacity for collection and analysis of relevant data on crimes involving gender-based violence, including victimization surveys and data collected by police, health, social services, prosecution, or judicial services, conducting assessment of national laws, made policies and strategies, as well as implementation by different parts of the criminal justice system, closing legal loopholes and eliminating discriminatory rules and procedures by providing legislative assistance and legal advice to review legislation based on international standards, enhancing victim-centered responses to gender-based violence against women by developing and conducting capacity-building programs for police, health professionals, or health personnel, social workers, prosecutors, judges, and other criminal justice professionals. Promoting specialized and coordinated approaches through the development of standard operating procedures or coordination prevention and criminal justice responses to violence against women. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Developing the evidence based on criminal justice response.
Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
We shall call upon Honorable V. Masite.
Honorable Speaker, Nina Lagasina, Masite, Tito Patrovati. I quote, read from the Bible scripture, Psalm 139, verse 1 to 3. Fiona Karamoyan, Matatar Arimon Espasan. If you witness violence, you may need to learn to stand up for yourself concerning the violence you witness. Women swept into violence because we feel loved, financial problems, living nowhere to stay, the love that we have to partners. Psychological effects of violence or GBV, ecological loss of self-confidence, self-esteem, living in fear, mental health problems like depression. Women are victims of sexual offense, rape, or domestic violence, have been degraded, and their sense of dignity has been damaged. When such a person calls for police assistance, she must be treated with dignity, as she is very vulnerable. The following principle must be applied. Interviews and the obtaining of the statement must be conducted in the private and in a pleasant surroundings. Statements as far as possible or requested must be obtained by female member. The victim or witness right to confidentiality must be respected. The victim or the witness has the right to have a friend, relative, advisor present during interviews. The member acts professionally and without prejudice during an interview and attempt to win the confidence of the victim. The designated investigating officer must be summoned to ensure the investigation conducted professionally. The victim or witness must be informed of the availability of legal, medical, and advisor assistance. If you experience violence, you need help because you are suffering. You are unable to escape. You would like to be supported and feel lonely. If you commit acts of violence, you need help to learn how to manage your emotions, develop non-violent ways of responding to our needs, tolerate other people's choice, accept others' choice. I personally think that this issue of gender-based violence against women should be given more attention and be made a priority. Because it's not only a minor issue, but this is actually more like a disaster that struck their world, and we need to act fast to ensure it is stopped completely. Our fellow women are dying like flies almost every day, and I feel like nothing is really done to ensure that to get justice. I think.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I shall now call upon Honorable S.P. Lebowakgomo.
Honorable Speaker, Dr. Muchachi, Chief of the
Silani and Mamaka. Good day. Good day, everyone. My name is Salim Gofu. I'm from ANC Women's League. Honorable Speaker, everything to me, because it is very much important for us women to take ourselves serious. If what has been said by Judge Slide is true, that means as women we are not taking ourselves serious. Because we thought that we are coming here to be empowered by our fellow women. But if they are not here, and then we're here to present because we are the newcomers, and they are not coming here to embrace us, that means our conduct. Please, let's take this matter very serious. As women, that is why Lebowakgomo had Down syndrome. We must take ourselves serious and we must empower each other. The topic under discussion is a daunting one, Honorable Speaker. However, the good news is that more and more people are aware of the need to fight gender inequality. Gender-based violence refers to harmful acts directed to an individual based on their gender. It is rooted in gender inequality, the abuse of power and harmful norms. Gender-based violence is a serious violation of human rights and a life-threatening health and protection issue. Gender-based violence is crime committed mainly against women and girls. It is a scourge that must be fought side by side by both men and female to ensure that protection for women and girls is enhanced. Gender equality is a human right that must be advanced through sexual and reproductive health and rights programs. Barriers to access for justice against women and girls must be removed through policies that empower the law enforcement agencies to protect and implement them. Programs that seek to transform harmful gender norms and reduce the impact of gender-based violence must be developed and supported by all genders. Women are disproportionately affected by violence and harassment. The World Health Organization estimates that 35% of women and girls experience sexual or physical violence in their lifetime. As many as 38% of femicides are committed by partners. Governments should adopt laws and regulations against violence and harassment. In consultation with the trade unions, employers should respond appropriately to prevent and address violence and harassment at work in order to provide a safe environment at work. Everyone has a role to play in this fight. Trade unions are catalysts for the elimination of violence and harassment in the society. Honorable Speaker, women must not be seen as objects because of the way they are dressed. And I also want to emphasize on the issue that has been raised by Honorable Pasha, that because they are women, they are not even taken serious because they are blind. So I believe it's also one of the things that the Parliament will take that into consideration. Women must feel safe around every person who is within them. The person experiencing abuse may develop sympathy for the abusive person, which becomes reinforced by a cycle of abuse, followed by remorse. Women and children must learn and be helped to identify abusive, violent, and harassment behavior as it begins and speaks out against such conduct. Women must be equipped with the knowledge and resources to change their situation, to get protection, and to heal from their abusive experiences. Women and girls are empowered through human rights that they deserve dignity in their society. Women's security, dignity, and equality, just as freedom and social justice must be realized. Gender inequality against women influences violence as well as an equal power relation between women and men, rigid gender roles, norms and hierarchies, and ascribing women lower status in society. Promoting and achieving gender equality is a critical element of the prevention of violence against women. Achieving gender equality means eradicating all forms of discrimination against women and removing barriers that prevent women from being fully equal with men and realizing their rights. And I hope those Honourable Speaker, has been also mentioned by all the previous speakers. Gender inequality must be addressed as a core element of efforts to tackle violence against women and girls. As families, we need to start in our household to teach our children about equality. We need to share household chores and children care equality and child care equality. We must also enforce laws that push for equal wages for the same position at work, particularly in the private sector. We know that in most cases, especially from the trade union perspective, they will also indicate that when the post is advertised, when they realize that it's a woman who will occupy the position, they will also reduce the salary scale. And that in itself is a discrimination. And when we say we want children must also be taught at home. Honourable Speaker, we are saying, especially boys, because as women, when my child is playing with other children and she's a boy, whatever that he's doing, I will say no. Okay. We are trying to be smart to our children instead of maybe trying to show this little boy that in future, as he will get older, he will be able to be part of those who will be abusing the women.
Yes,
We eliminating the wage gap will also benefit the rural economy in several ways. Women must support each other so that women are always on top of the agenda. Where there is a woman who is contesting for a particular position, let's vote for her to show that women need empowerment. In the main, we should capacitate women who are from underrepresented and underprivileged communities. I thank you all.
we are now at 7.2.2. We shall call upon the honorable member of the Limpopo legislature to move for the second topic. Honorable Mahasela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Matroti Caroline Mahasela, rise to present the Promoting Equal Participation for Women in Education and Labor Market for adoption by this August House. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Mahasela. Seconder, any seconder? Speaker, Honorable Marakan, NCOP, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Marakan. I second the motion. We shall now go to Speaker's list. Honorable T.N. Magita. and other spheres of life should not be a by-the-way matter or a second thought. The participation of women should be central towards the development of our nation. It is very disheartening that at this day and age, we are still lamenting and demanding that women should be accorded or afforded equal treatment, equal participation, equal regard, equal recognition to their male counterparts. Women's skills continue to be undermined compared to the skills of men in general. Women's skills continue to be disregarded and continue to be regarded as inferior or undervalued. The state of the women's economic empowerment is very much troubling in our country. The country's gender wage gap deserves serious attention and scrutiny. It is amazing that although we have good legislative frameworks and acts of parliament in this regard, a case in point is the Code of Good Practice on Equal Pay, Remuneration for Work of Equal Value, as well as the Employment Equity Act, particularly Section 6, subsection 4, which speaks to unfair discrimination related to work of equal value. It is disheartening that employers continue to display unwillingness in terms of adhering to this legal framework as it is stipulated in the Act. Well, it's maybe because they know that there are no dire consequences to non-adherence to this legal stipulates. A recent case in point was made earlier on, that of a sad Banyana AFCON winners, that despite their outstanding performance at the stage of international platform, but what translates into the cash into their pockets is very, very much worrisome and far much lower to that of their counterparts. Now, in the absence of cohesive legislative frameworks, employers are able to navigate, duck and dive, dodge, and deliberately ignore regulations because they know that there are no consequences. Now, I would like to make a scenario that says that CEOs of our industries, as decision makers, continue to disregard women that are capable in their capabilities. Now, what needs to happen is that the employers should be forced somehow to regard what the stipulates of the laws of our countries are saying. Now, I want to give a scenario quickly. As in the school setup, we know that the default position of a principal should be that of a male. And if I were to be a woman and apply for a position at the secondary school, I know that many SGBs would be saying, but no, more rinyaka munna, wakwema kama as a school principal. So it just shows that even if we have the same qualifications or capabilities, but by the virtue of me being a woman, I stand to be disregarded in that case. We also know that some of the government departments also evade circumvent the adherence to the employment equity. And it is very disheartening. They would rather pay fines than to adhere to what the Department of Labor requires them to do. That is to stick to the employment equity plans of even those government departments. In the private sector, we know that employers would rather pay fines. It doesn't matter, they've got the money. Even if it runs in millions, they easily pay off those fines and continue as business as usual. Now, we want to mention that as far as education is concerned, women, particularly young women, should be considered in terms of ensuring that they pursue their studies further, and we acknowledge the attempts by our government through NSFAS and other programs. We have seen in the report back that there are bursary schemes that have been offered. We highly appreciate such. But now, we understand that women in the main form, in terms of the population dynamics of our country, are a majority, which would mean that a lot of opportunities would have to be afforded to women. As I zoom closer to us closing, Madam Speaker, we'd like to mention that there is a need for serious revisions of our laws towards ensuring that employers adhere towards promoting the equal opportunities for women in general, even in the labor market. We know that CEOs of industries are male in the main. The companies listed in the JSE, those who are CEOs of those companies are male in particular. And as African women, in particular black women, there are very, very few. The last time I checked, I counted less than 5 names of companies owned by women in that sphere. In closing, would like to say that the economic dynamics of our country should be afforded to women as well. Women are not second class of this country, second class citizens of this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence.
Congratulations, Honorable Speaker, for sticking to your time. I shall now call upon Honorable Balagani.
of today is promoting equal participation for women in education and labor market. The term equalization of opportunity means the process through which women's system of society and environment such as services, activities, information, and documentation are made available to all persons with disabilities. The principle equalization rights implies that needs of each and every individual are equal and important, that these needs must be made this basis planning of societies, and that all resources must be employed such as a way to ensure that every woman with disability has equal opportunities and thank you very much for participation. Persons with disabilities are also members and have the right to remain within the local community. They should receive support they need within ordinary structures, health, education, and social services. Marana jalo ka mosadi wa mogolofadi, tsewe ka moka a ke di bone. Ke ile sekolong ke tshwere mangwalo ka mefuta-futa, a imela ditorowara go repa. E ba hira batho ba bona, ke ya di-interview mara, e ke fitla go di-interview, diphišo tse ba mputišang, ke a gore ke di kgonne mara ka morago ba hira batho ba bona. Botwa jwang palamente, re tšeeng serious jwalo ka bagolofadi. Promoting equal access in education for women with disabilities. It is very important for women with disabilities to be educated. Mara, bagolofadi ba bantši ko community e ke tswang mo yona ya Bloemfontein municipality ba sa le ka magaeng a ba fumane sebaka sa go ya sekolong. Ke ka lebaka la eng makhanselara ke gopela le re boletseng bona gore ba ntshe bagolofadi mantlong le rena re ye sekolong. Ra ya ka mogare ga taba ya mebereko, ke gatelela taba ya di-learnership, re isa kae ka di-learnership re le bagolofadi ka lebaka la gore le rena re batho re tshwanetse ke di-seat tsewe. Le nna ke nye go bona ke utswiwa honorable Mongwe ke le honorable Thandi Modise mo Mbepeng. Re eleng tlhogo ka ge le rena re ile sekolong, ke tshwere matric mara mmereko wa permanent wa palo. Ke a apply jwale ka motho yo mongwe le o mongwe mara ka morago ba bitsa batho ba bona. Le reng le sa re bitse le presidente ya mosadi wa mogolofadi e a nyakega pele ka basadi pele.
Thank you, honorable members. I shall now call upon Honorable D. Makova. Honorable D. Makova.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I feel like to discuss on all the couple of one opportunity. Mahoma is the person. I'm here representing JEFA, Federation of Franconia, the Development Province. Also representing the Union of the Province. On the topic about participation of women, Now, before I go into that, first, let me address this mindset that women cannot human beings to relate injustice. Why? Because they see us, women, as how can we do it? Will we be able to do it? Now the world, when looking at women as the world, they feel like a woman leader cannot do well as a lady, which is not fair. Why? Men see us as weak human beings. They feel like we are fragile. They think that we are vulnerable. They think that we cannot perform. Our power is limited by men. But they forget that this is our world also belong. But it has been proven throughout the years, in so many ways, we have shown that we can do that. Women again have shown that we can perform, we can everything. For example, Bafana has been disappointing us for years. For years. They've been failing us for years to a point where South Africans have accepted and found comfort in this. But Banyana went out and came in the car. They are women. It shows that we can do better than men. Now we all know all the issues. But you know that you educate a woman, you educate the nation. If you teach a woman something, then you have taught the whole nation. If you teach a woman something, you have taught all the children. If you build a woman, you have built a nation. Now we have all these things. Now we have all these things because men see women as people that cannot achieve as they can. But when again we have proven so much. Yes, men are strong because they are men, but we are strong in our own way. We as the women, we are the same as any other. Yes, we have our own culture, we have our own ways, but we are also parents. But the problem is, doors are closed. We are in homes, families not taking care of us, we cannot go out to fend for ourselves. In turn, we have nothing to teach our children. Why? For example, if you teach a child to behave, he or she will grow up in that behavior. Now, I myself cannot go to work. Why? Because I never had that support, that allowance to go out as a woman, to strive as a woman. Though there are laws, that support. Again, cultures and laws. From back then, I think they people are in because di file ba nna maatla go feta basadi. Ba bona gore basadi were brought to this world to be housekeepers, which is not. 85% of mothers are at home, taking care of children, teaching children how to behave, grooming their children, which means those men that are out there are our problems. So how can you be better than the teacher? We taught them to be men, but they do not give us opportunities to build the world just like them. Why? Because we are women. Yes, I'm a woman, I'm a mother full time, but I have more to offer.
As the honorable member,
if you give a woman a job, if you place a woman in leadership, a woman will empower other women. Unlike men, a woman with power empowers other women. If a woman starts a business, she will employ other women. That's it. Now, what's important? Let's empower each other. And again, we as the people do really need the support, do really need the empowerment. We can do more as women. Due to time, I'm going to one of
Shall now call upon Honorable Yemane.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Mpia Yemane. I'm an economic analyst and founder of an organization that is focused on making sure that quality education is accessible in rural communities. We are a Zamazwe Education Center for Innovation, and we have been empowered by the same government that we instituted. So we appreciate everything that we have done, but we feel like we need to go to the next level. The next level is no longer about giving women an access to starting their businesses. We have started our businesses. Amazon have already employed 24 women into the business who were previously disadvantaged, but we do not have access to move and to scale up. And that is what we want to bring to Madam Speaker and the House today, that we need structural transformation. So the structural transformation now is we have organizations that are based in Gauteng. They do come here and they collaborate with our government. We are seated at the back and they will say you don't have experience within the field. You are still a startup. You need to grow. How are we expected to grow if we are not given the same opportunity instead of giving them 100% opportunity within the department? We are asking for at least 30%. Give them a space that they can employ us. We are not saying employment in terms of giving us positions in the government project, but we want to be in the decision-making positions on those projects that they are busy doing. We have that the Department of Education has a digital transformation program. We are definitely sure that this organization that will be getting that rollout, it will be an organization from a different province that has an office in Boropan. We are asking you that when they are in Boropan, allow us to be in the same tables so we can get at least 30% to bring the rollout not in the urban areas but the rural areas. That is where we are based. We are rural education development come back here without employment opportunities. So I am asking that as we are structuring our legislation, let's open a dialogue to accept other rural women who are in business, who are capable. We are graduates. We are not just women who are looking for opportunities. We are graduates, and we are capable of making decisions that will benefit the children of the Limpopo province. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Yelani. We shall now call upon Honorable J. Sibango.
promoting equal participation for women in education and development. I think we're working with the community for the lower education. If we for the lower education, that we for rural areas, I don't believe that education that I think we go to for rural areas. Everyone can get to make you because this is a kitchen percentage for the nature of years coming. For different education, government training, computer literacy center. I think what every deploying machines and then we will train around or local machines still ideal. And then what we do push on the people aside, but we go on high, then parents still say our number of cousin. Our push on our and we say, yeah, never that's why those who are pushing head. But training there is still other ideas, other way, but which are high qualifications are back or and even but qualified. But then our ideas, everyone is our but senior positions, but then our future positions I think simple like one of us could like our but our feeling positions are not to the but you are qualified. And then I think we make it so because when the children is at the one of the I guess I know what I need to tell my own then some children are putting in better care. Then also maybe the training skills, not only trainer, or like general employer, or that Nyaka for the employer, open giving or open skills, open training skills, what for another we put your schedule here, open training at the if by the qualifications, the requirements getting everything there, or I can be here that I'm coming. Thank you.
We shall call upon Honorable Mashada.
Madam Speaker, in your House, Madam Speaker, in what you have started to do for the allow me, Madam Speaker, to indicate that indeed, education is a societal matter. Therefore, it's not very important as the ANC-led government to ensure that all policies that we adopt, the number sign, we adopt, we monitor, so we monitor the implementation of the policies. As the freedom charter, then yes, the doors of learning and the culture will be open, or shall be open for all. It is important, Madam Speaker, that all of us will aware that home root it was child. I want to root child. Allow me, Madam Speaker, also to indicate that we want to salute this ANC-led government. In 2009, the very important program was introduced called Calcutta, where 4.2 million South Africans were beneficiaries of that program. Out of that 4.2 million, 4.7 gave a number that's what's going to happen. By the money, we agree with me. Had I done when we go to the elections, had I started for another money on 2 people, was the basic. Yeah, the Calcutta was to say, you must know how to write your name, and how to read your name, and how to calculate it. So what you say, thank you very much, this is the government. Now we are no longer seeing the queue during the elections that you want to be assisted this week. This led ANC-led government also introduced a very good program, Madam Speaker, what we call the awareness, or the issue of saying we want to assist the young women, those who failed to achieve that great wealth. As I'm talking to this August House of Speaker, the awareness campaign is taking place in this country, where all young women are gathered there that receiving information on the issue of second chance entry. We also want to see all young women having the issue of their great wealth. I thought we were going to be very because this is how the ANC government they don't want to have access to education. We even say, Madam Speaker, that there are very good policies and programs. All of us has to be here. But these beautiful programs, we can come together. Because the issue of their labor market has not been an issue. We must come together and do work to ensure that we build the institution as a to make the point that all of us will assist in terms of knowledge and implementation. Because indeed there are very good policies, there are very good programs that we need to monitor the implementation. I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that in Tonga we are saying, therefore, if we come together as the unit of this beautiful indeed we will achieve. I want also to say, Madam Speaker, that still standing here in the House, the problems of us, this is important. We are very proud. The HOD of this province is and the ABC of this province is that is a very indication that indeed we are achieving what is. But what's more important, I want to agree with the previous speaker, that we must, at least as the ANC-led government and all the women of this province, to ensure that we replace the syndrome of the PhD, pull your down, and be replaced by the MHD, pull your up, so that we see the fruit of this particular one. As I'm concluding, Honorable Speaker, I want to say indeed, we are very proud, we are very proud that working together, we will achieve it. We are saying today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be better than today, as the struggle for today still continue. Amani, we are
call upon the honorable member of the local legislature to move for the third topic. Honorable Anyani. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I, Nadia Marielle Khanani, rise to present the motion for debate by this Honorable House on improving access to water and sanitation for overall well-being of women in rural areas. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Gamova, women dedicated NCOP.
member of this house.
We shall now move to our first speaker, Honorable M. Martinelli.
I take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to be the first to debate on the topic improving access to water and sanitation for overall well-being of women in rural areas. Madam Speaker, in most parts of the world, women and girl children are responsible for household water availability and sanitation. Rural women and girl children in South Africa, whether Lebowakgomo, Mamane in the Sukuni district, or Lebowakgomo in Mopani district, they all have the responsibility, which is worsened by the fact that in South Africa we are a water-stressed country. The burden of lack of water is disproportionately affecting women and girl children due to their special needs. Basadi le bana ba banyenyane ba na le maikarabelo a go bona gore ka malapeng a bona go na le metsi a go nwa, a go apea, a go hlapa ebile le a go hlatswa. Loko ku nga ri na mati va boheka ku famba mimpfhuka leyo leha, nkarhi wun'wani va famba ni le ka tindhawu leti nga hlayisekangiki ku ya ka mati. Madam Speaker, we live in a patriarchal society where women and girl children are the ones expected to go and look for water source, whether it's near or far. In some rural areas, women are compelled to buy water to ensure that they sustain the livelihoods of their families. Also, let me take this opportunity to reflect on the strides that the ANC-led government has done in order to alleviate the plight of rural women, and in doing so, also contributing to the improvement of the well-being of women in the rural areas. In recent weeks, we have seen the summits that were convened in water-stressed districts. This was
The ANC-led government has in 1994 constructed the Nandoni Dam as well as raised the dam walls in the Timpu as well as the Bushiela dams. Sanitation, re se bona, basadi a re le seriti. Ndudi wa masadi, uba kona loko a kota go tihlayisa. It's one of the flagship programs that were initiated by the ANC-led government to ensure that households that do not have on-site household sanitation are given pit toilets in order to bring back the dignity of the black woman, rural and vulnerable. Gone jwale, re kgona go kaonafatša maphelo a rena ge re ba le metsi, le gona ge re ba le access to sanitation services. Re le basadi today, re rata mo gatileng basadi ba matšhitšeng in 1956. Bona, they had their own agenda. Ya rena gone jwale, ya go kaonafatša bophelo ba mang le mang mo South Africa. Mara kudu re bela taba ya gore o mongwe le o mongwe a be le access go metsi a e leng gore a hlwekile. Re tlo pele le ntwa e re thušana le mmušo go bona gore motho mang le mang o ba le access to clean and safe drinking water. Re šišinya gore di-projects tse e leng gore di gona šetše mmušo a di thadile. Re tla fa mohlala go tshwana le the development of the Mametwa Dam gore di ye pele gore re le basadi di kota go bana mati lo metšhama go kona. Eka nkarhi wa sweswi, Madam Speaker, you kombela ku ku va na investigation, particularly on the cost, because we've come to rely on groundwater sources as a supplement to all the available water sources. Re lemogile gore the borehole, the initiation, drilling, equipping is becoming excessively expensive. Re gopela gore go be le investigation ya gore na re ka dira jang gore the cost of drilling a borehole for a private person, drilling a borehole for mmušo, di lekane gore reticulation e kgone go ba gona for each and every household. Madam Speaker, mati e botomi, metsi ke bophelo. Sanitation brings back dignity to women. We thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Machibele, we shall call upon Honorable Mameti Malachi. My apology. We shall call upon Honorable Masumule. Honorable Masumule.
ka dirago selo ka go sona. Basadi ba go dinaga magaeng ke bona ba go morwalo oo. A re lebeleng ka batho ba ba lego ba ba golofadi ba sa boneng mo sona le nna. Motho wa gona o dula gole ga ne pompi ga o na le dipompi mo gaufi o dula gole o tshwanetse ko go raye dinokeng. A re lora go ne motho wa go bona wa tshwanetse go mo thuša bana ba ile dikolong o ba dima o ka apea o ka dira sela le sela ka baka la go raye ga dinokeng e ba mathata. Nako nngwe ke mošomišani wa ka poor community a be kwa bereka ka community development honorable pastor ke re ke sa bona ye nngwe ya direpoti tša gagwe ya gore o mongwe ba palela o nwa dipilisi a lwala ka lebaka la go tlhokega ga metsi o kgole le ga a na le that access of water a go ne se a ka se dirago ntle le ge batho ba se bona ga go ra gore bophelo bja gagwe moeng. Ke nyaka go bolela go tlhokega ga metsi go re tlišetša mafu malwetši ebile go re tlišetša le mathata go fapafapana. When coming to sanitation rena e ba mathata ka thokong tša basadi le badinyana ba ba golofadi o botsene ntlwaneng o tla kwa ba le ntlwane o be go tsene mang ke manšhaedi leo e le ka taba ya gore re tlo thoma go tlhoka privacy yela e leng gore e ya nyakega ka baka la go ba matšatšing. Re be re duma ge mmušo ka go dula dinaga magaeng a ke bone e le molato. O mongwe di honorable o boletša re we have a right to be the members of the county. Jwale re gopela gore ka nnete a re ipsine ka goba go dula dinaga magaeng e se ke a ba bothata go dula dinaga magaeng ka gore bontši bja banenyana ba pala le go ya dikolong ka gore ba tšhaba gore ba matšatšing ba tla tle ba lebeletšwe ka baka la gore bona ga ba tepoga tlabe ba se ba bona gore go diregile bošaedi bjo bo itseng. Ge go le metsi go le sanitation go ba bokaone ka gore dithoelete tša gona dintlwana tša gona e ba tšeo di kgotsofatšago. According to Section Africa, every citizen has a right to equality. Re le bagolofadi le ba go bona a re lekalekaneng ka dilo ka moka a re botšeng metsi re dule magaeng re dule ditoropong re llela go mmušo gore o gopole gore nako mo re yagetše di-RDP bjale ka se se botsa di-services bjale ka di-services tša rena kua ba gopole gore re le bagolofadi nnete tlhokomelo ya rena e tshwantse ba e lekanetšego ka boripana ke feleletša metsi ke bophelo. Metsi go ya le ka convention right go ya le ka UN convention rights e re o mongwe le mongwe o na le tokelo ya go ka hwetša metsi le bophelo bjale ka ge go swanetše gore e be dilo tšeo di swanetšego ka mantšwana mafapane ke a
And may I apologize for frustrating the list because I happened to call the two who were supposed to follow me. My apology. Obela Twarelo. I shall call upon Honorable Malachi.
Basadi, in rural areas. For sanitation can impact on health, productivity, and dignity in women. Women suffer in the West due to the lack of water and sanitation facility, as they are traditionally responsible for managing their home, house with water, e.g. cleaning, cooking, and washing their family clothes. Aside from that, if you go to the clinic, most of our women are very hard because of wheelbarrow. The Again, since 2021, this is a painful. So, what's the name? They taking that mountain to get water because what in Mushu village. So, I don't know just what is happening here. Well, everyone was having to make it like that is hard. We shall call upon Honorable Mameki.
fight against the historical atrocities they experienced during colonial apartheid regime. According to the United Nations, there are 663 million people around the whole world who does not have access to clean drinking water and sanitation. Among these people, majority of them are women, found in rural areas. When people, especially women, have access to clean drinking water and sanitation, they live healthy life, which plays a pivotal role in the production capacity that contributes to the gross domestic income per person. Good sanitation and clean water are basic human rights, yet they remain elusive to many rural communities in the entire world. Madam Speaker, key important factors to improve lives of women to be considered are as follows. 1. Improve sanitation facilities. It is important that government should improve sanitation by providing toilets and latrines that flush into sewer for safe employment. 2. Improve good hygiene habits. This can be achieved through education on issues related to water and sanitation. Indeed, proper hand washing with soap and water can reduce diarrhea. 3. Implement rainwater harvesting. There must be ways to collect and store rainwater for drinking in returning underground aquifers and drill wells to extract groundwater from underground water aquifers. 4. Provide warm water treatment capabilities. This will be achieved through use of filters to make drinking water safe. 5. Promote low-cost solutions through usage of chlorine tablets or plastic bottles that can be exposed to sunlight to improve water quality. 6. Incremental sanitation system. The poorer communities should adopt incremental sanitation system where improvements are introduced gradually and the users themselves handle much of the upgrading and maintenance. 7. Contracting VIP toilets. Already as government is already far ahead in the relation to this program. As all of us are aware that in most rural areas, a lot of VIP toilets have been built, including at school, where majority of women are found. Conclusion. A lot has been done in South Africa. However, we need to make noticeable improvement around these important issues to make sure that women are in the true sense of the word taken seriously and given the respect they deserve. Many women are raped and killed every day, going to upstairs looking for water from the river. Time is now. That is as a province, we provide a capable solution to this water and sanitation challenges in our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for Honorable Mamenzi. We shall now call upon Honorable Moabi.
Honorable Speaker, I greet you. Honorable members, I greet you all. Absence of clean water poses a significant threat to well-being and survival of most women and children caused by waterborne and drinking waters from animals and fecal matters. Sanitation and hygiene are reported to be lower when there is no water. Mukichawana rural area, Mukichawana Mupani district Zanini, Ranada Special Hospital Dr. C.M. Patrick. Our name is toilet. and who is overcrowded. Una le patient dintsi mola mara go ya toilet ga bona le ka go dire di shabana mola na ra di shabana le tsa treatment tsarna mara bona metsi mere se go peta wa ile repair existing but unused water structure and involve community to participate in managing water resources. The burden of collecting water in rural areas is primarily carried by women who have to spend significant amount of time walking long distance to collect and carry water, which affects their well-being and imposes safety risk, with fear of being sexually abused or kidnapped along the way. As we all know that this is Women's Month, and as a woman from the rural area, I'm worried about the way we used to stay 2 to 3 weeks without water, and we are forced to buy water because we can't drink the same water where our animals drink. Amanda, 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 Happy Mowato Bilibili.
We shall now call upon Honorable Mamani, elected President Mamani. Second solution. Loko ngona ngaramlo swo ku fixela mati. Hine hanya kuna butolo mo nyika ntirho. Hi ku lemensi ka ku ko. Ba ri under 2% ene se yi le henhla 7%. A hina access ya ku tirha. Andi loko ntirha nga tibora lama tikaka ne. Ndati endlela everything a jarateni. Nta pfuna na makhelwana. Mara a mi endli sweswo. Hina maphepha man'wana mo tarisa swin'wana hi ma etering certificate. Kufana na sesi va nga hlaka the other utopi. Mara a hi tirhi. Ha dependa ka community. Hi kombela mali. Hi kombela nkulumo. Titholet a kha ha ti vona makarhi ma hetisela. Loko ku huma ti-program, sweswi ku hume program a mopani ya mali. Va nge n'wi teki mutsoniwa va ku i hola grant 1,980 rand. Yi endla yini? Ni xava mati. Actually ka mali yaleyo 500 i mati ya vhiki. A ni xi hi ku hi ma tirhisa nkarhi wo tanihi kwihi. Se ha mi xavelela ka hi karhele. Endlani xin'we. Whether you employ us as a disabled people
you fix all the bows around us. And then after fixing the bows around us, make the access with the pipe. Tingena amajala tenyayina. Ile shimukombela kusho. Yiboneni. Ikunena akala ubo. Loko enda sharada akula kumleki. Ina itala kumela loko mtashara konse. Ikombela mali. Inkovu.
I hope now I'm calling it correctly. We shall now call upon Honorable Malachi.
I'm very much honored to participate in the 2022 Women's Parliament. Our honorable Premier of our rich province, Honorable Stanley Matarata, carry all protocol observed. Di Naramarai di Cook. Lakali di Choke Deris, Sefani ke Malachi, Dinamarai Jerry Tongo Joyner, Mori Dilongona, when the clock in Chuba, the challenge is in Chitilo Copana Joy, go Dinamarai, Carry Rivella. We have the challenge only the top in Chiamiti, a truck you, it will have a look at you. Meti a look at you, if we live in Meti a lorry. Mete anul abulukerile ibile atrokerile emetano abo toka kudu karelori akona ho ka re thuša mo mebeleng ya rena as batho le tsona diphoofolo tša rena re sa leba le tsona dimelana tša rena. Basadi ba bantši ba palelwa ke go ka tlhokomela bana ba bone ka le tlhokomelo e ntši ya coronavirus over yona bolo bona bo sa tshilafalo. Se sengwe gape ke se sa kelonetšhile ye bere ke gona ko dinagamagaeng a rena ye le gore re a e tlhoka rena as bomme o kwetša le gore mo re sepelang gona mo mebileng ya rena o tletse tsona di-pampers tša bana tše le gore di a latlhelwa gana moo le gore batho ba tshwana le bagolofadi ba le gore ba šomiša tsona di-wheelchair tsona ba o šomiša di-crutches ba palela ko bona mo ba fetang gona mo mebileng ya rena mo go sepelwang gona mo gotlhe mo tsela tša rena mo re sepelang gona. So our government must make sure that everybody the awareness tša mputomodwalo kelo di tla kgona go fatoša bona ba golofadi ba rena ka information e tlhokegang le rena re ba le re gona ka mogare. go tshwana le bona bagolofadi ba rena ba šomiša di-wheelchair ge ba ntse ba tlhotlheiša tsona di-wheelchair tsela tša bona maotwana la bona a kgoma tsona ditšhila tšeo di tlabe di le bona mo mebileng mo le gore di tlo feletša di balwaditše. re ne le di-organization tša mefutafuta tša fapafapana tše le di emetse tsona di emela bona bagolofadi mo e le gore ne go šetse go ene le information ye le gore e ka kgona go tlo thuša rena batho ba ba golofadi re re mmušo wa rena a nke e kopantšhe le tsone di-organization tseo tša rena gore information eo e kgone go fitlhelela bagolofadi ba rena ba lore ba gona ko dinagamagaeng ba lore ba palela ko go ka e fitlhelela information ya motomolwane. a re gane mmušo wa rena ka nnete o re dietse gore a getse di-RDP dintlo tsela tša diphiwa fela mare o ka lebelela dintlo tša diphiwa fela tša mo dinaga tša toropong le tša ko dinagamagaeng a re tshwane tša mo ditoropong di ne le metsi ka mo magaeng mare rena ko dinagamagaeng re ke shotela tsone re shotle di-RDP tša rena di agileng mare a di na metsi. mo provinceng ya rena e le mo province re ne le district tša go lekana tše tlhano mo lo re ne re ka direla gore district e nngwe le engwe le engwe e be le batho ba lore ba ka kgona go sosa metsi bjalo ka ga ba lepeleng kumpi ba lore ba ka kgona go supplya or go fa bona di-district tšeo ka metsi. Metsi a tlhokileng a botlhokwa kudu mo setšhabeng yaanong rena re ba Deaf Federation of South Africa re gopela gore ba mmušo le rena setšhaba a re ke re kopantšheng diatla re šome mmogo gore re kgone go tlo lwantšhana le yona bothata bo ba tlhoka go ba metsi a ko leboa.
Thank you, Honorable Malachi. We shall call upon Honorable Mokowo or Mokowo.
Abuti sebaka se ke leboge Honorable Speaker. Ke tamiši batho ka moka jwale ka ge ke šetše ke tsebišitšwe ke Stefina wa Gamokoo ke emetše ANC Women's Speech go tšwa retšhineng ya rena ya Sekhukhune. Jwale ka ba šetše ba boletše ka tlhogo taba yeo bolelago ka yona mo ya kaonafatšo ya go fitlhelela metsi le kelela tšhila go basadi dinagamagaeng. My fellow members mo, my fellow colleagues mo ba šetše ba boletše gore metsi ke tlhokagalo ye kgolo le mphoko ka bophara le mo ke tšwang bona khuane ke tlhoka boroko metsi wa ke tšwang bona go na le project ya kgolo yeo ge ke lebeletšegilego diketekete tša diranta kapa dimilione yeo e bego e dira gore go tlo ba le kaonafalo ya phitlhelelo ya metsi go basadi dinagamagaeng. E fela manyami ke gore ge ke bolela jwale project yeo ga e solofele ba e sa le thoma ka 2018 dithuthu tša yona e šetše no ba go papadišo jwa bana. Jwale re iša boipile tšo go mmušo wa rena gore ge ba dira di-project tše dikgolo tša go tshwana tše ga ke ba di dire ka diripana di-faces gore mo ba fetileng gona e be gore ba šaia batho ba ema metsi ba tswele pele ka face eo. Ke ge ke se utlwele gore se a re thuša ba ba gore re kgone go fitlhelela metsi. Re sana le tlhoko tše dikgolo tša metsi go sana le basadi bao e leng gore ba sa ga metsi dinokeng. Nga bona go feta go le mosadi wa bolewa ke phoofolotshoko ka gara noka a e nyaka ona metsi ona ene wa tsena go telele go roba mosadi ka taba la gore go be go thwe o sa di gore di šišo. Jwale mmušo wa rena a o ya lehloko tabeng ya metsi. Go sana gape le basadi bao e leng gore ba reka metsi ka gara tlhokomošomo ye kakakaka bakeng sa gore mosadi a ithuše ka go tšea tšheleng a ya ka ke ditamati rekiši o ipoteleditše go reka metsi. Mmušo wa rena o boletše gore metsi ke mahala. Basadi ba ga ba botse metsi ya mahala ba se ke ba reka. Go sana gape le basadi bao e leng gore ba sepela nako e telele go yo hwetša metsi. Tselemo ka tša ba hwetša dikatawane di a bakae. Jwale mmušo wa rena ba o ya letlhoko. Ge ke bolela tabeng ya kelela tšhilo le la sanitation re sana le tlhaelelo ye kgolo dinagamagaeng tša rena. Tlhaelelo ya di-toilet di sa le kgolo ene mo le gore ba bangwe ba etapele ba rena ba šomiša mara o le go lebelela ba tsena ka ga kogoi ya tena e batswa so a se dipenyefelo a re kwela nneng bohloko bana ba thabeletse. Ene go na le gape dithoto tša di-toilet tše e leng gore di latlhile gaufi le tsela mo ke dula gona mo e leng gore motho mo le mongwe ga a feta ba kgone go ithuša ka tsona a tetopela a ilo a gašakalela dithuto le la dikgomo a kere di latlhile. Jwale ke go mmušo wa rena gore a ko hlomphe basadi ka go monithara ditirelo tšeo a ba fang tsona. A ke a tšana a lebeledišiša gore nama bothata ke eng. A monithare mošomo wa baetapele a monithare mošomo wa borakonteraka bao ba šomago. Go na le borakonteraka bao ba šomago mešomo ya bone e felelela ditseleng o se kwa tseba gore ba setakišitše ke eng. Jwale re dira moipiletšo go mmušo wa rena gore ga o koša dilo tše morago gore basadi ba tle ba kgone go fitlhelela gore ba kaonafatše phitlhelelo ye ya basadi go metsi le kelela tšhila mo kwa dinagamagaeng.
Honorable members, we now shall call upon Honorable Mogaba, the chairperson, to come to conclude this parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
baeng ba rena, bomme ba rena, ba ba letetseng mo tlong. Ke re madume to honorable members, our officials, Office of the Premier, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, also good afternoon. I'm Shane. Women's Parliament is one of the hallmarks of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature. It provides a discussion platform that encourages women from different segments, from rural and urban areas, to participate in shaping the process, keeping government in check and deepening democracy. Indeed, since its inception, it has afforded an opportunity to ordinary women who would otherwise have remained silent to voice their concern and bring key issues that affect their lives to the attention of members of the legislature. We view this sitting of Women's Parliament as fulfillment of the Freedom Charter and a victory of our struggle against national oppression. It is a great honor and a privilege for me to say last words today on behalf of Quality of Life and Status of Women, Youth and People Living with Disability Committee as we gather to join in the month-long commemoration of the 1956 when 20,000 women marched to the Union Building on the 9th of August in protest against the extension of past laws to women. This sitting and participation remind us of the courage, determination, and sacrifices demonstrated by women of our country in dismantling the shackles of apartheid. Honorable members, people lay down their lives for the sake of freedom. Today their rewards and ours too lies in us to defend our democracy, not forgetting those who had to surrender their lives for us to be spared today. Honorable members, in promoting equal participation of women, as we take stock of our accomplishment and shortcoming, we should not, by slightest of chance, lose sight of our once ambitious dream for education, total economic participation, democracy, and freedom for all. Their spirit and relentless commitment to social justice is exemplary and will continue to guide and inspire the generation to come. There is no doubt as we celebrate 66 years of Women's Month that South Africa has made significant progress towards achieving gender equality. Madam Speaker, Limpopo provincial government has taken bold steps to institutionalize gender equality in line with the vision of equity across all institutions. Furthermore, the intensive consultation process will culminate in the adoption of an improved policy and legislative oversight mechanism and interventions to remove all structural, institutional, and cultural barriers to the realization of gender equality in South Africa. The leadership of both government and the ANC in Limpopo took an empowerment of women very seriously and deliberately gave women very senior positions and serious responsibilities in government structure as well as in the political structure. Limpopo prides itself for being one of the provinces in the country that had more female MECs in succession. But noting that our province has never entrusted women in the responsibility of premier positions.
As we draw close to the end of August, which is celebrated as Women's Month in the South African calendar, we must take stock of the achievement of women and how the ANC-led government has responded to the idea of women's empowerment. For more than a decade, South Africa has waged a struggle against colonialism and oppression, as well as discrimination against the black majority. But the people who bore the brunt of oppression and discrimination are the black women in the South African society. They suffered what we call triple oppression. They were oppressed at home under certain cultural practices. They were oppressed in society under certain societal attitudes, and they were oppressed by the apartheid laws. Honorable members, on gender-based violence and campaigns, Madam Speaker, together, let us take action to support the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign. Let's all hold hands and support all the campaign by wearing the white ribbon during the 16-day period. And white ribbon is a symbol of peace and symbolizes the commitment of the warrior to never commit or condone violence against women and children. Honorable members and Madam Speaker, 16 days of activism of no gender violence against women and children is an annual event that provides awareness around gender-based violence, including prevention of violence against women and children. It starts on the 25th of November and ends on the 10th of December as highlighted on the calendar. Let our ambition be fueled by dreams to become a model for sustainable peace and a measure for conflict resolution. Let's continue lobbying the elimination of all forms of violence against all women and girls in the public and private sphere, including trafficking and sexual and other types of exploitation. Honorable members and colleagues, let this submission made today be emphasized that government must organize awareness campaigns and invite the public to participate, especially men and young women and young men. The world of work is changing, and with significant implications for women. On the hand, we have globalization, technological and digital revolution, and the opportunities they bring, and on the other hand, the growing information of labor, sustainable livelihood and incomes, new fiscal and trade policies, and environmental impact, all of which must be addressed in the context of women's economic empowerment. Our Constitution reminds us as the public representatives that we serve at the behest of the people, and that we are here for the sole reason to improve their lives. Democratic participation, accountability, and cooperative governance are very deeply entrenched in our Constitution in order to give effect to the Freedom Charter declaration that the people shall govern. Through our parliament and our provincial legislature, the Constitution entitles us to account to the electorate and other sections of the South African society. It is for this reason that every year we hold, for instance, the Youth Parliament, the Senior Citizen Parliament, the Workers' Parliament, and this Women's Parliament taking place during South Africa's Women's Month.
Cheers,
Basadi ba rena ba le dileng ka gare ga di-debate today le emetse basadi ba bangwe go tswa gae. Ke rata go le leboga. And also ke re mo lena ke re everything that you have said is noted. Not only noted, but what we want is implementation. Because it's not going to help if every year we are going together here, Rabolela Matata are affected as women. At the end of the day, it's like whatever we are doing here is just to comply. We don't want to comply. We want this thing to happen. Discrimination, in our community, we are about to fight barrier. By the way, in Kayona is a Salem Moyona, but somebody by one. More than one living name, but they know about those things, but they don't talk about it. We still have community members by the way have a perspective about the fight barrier. And all this thing, it only happens, especially more than the you will never find a white person of which I don't want to go there and compare. They will take Mugolofied whenever they go even to the shopping. With us, you always see Mugolofied on the day of payment because we are going to get it. That are not human beings that are about to get around signing about 9 months, they are not part of us. They are part of us. You need to respect these people. You as women, all of you were saying, as women who wanted to be respected. Again, you must also respect. Respecting, you must earn it. Because they will always say we are abused. But on the other side, they are the one that are abusing men. It's just that and that thing now as women we are protected, we must not take advantage. Because today, 99% of people who are in jail by taking aside for wrong things. Say no, make much money. They didn't even commit any crime. Because you hate that man, because you don't want that man to do whatever you want, you know the right thing is to take that man to jail, and then you know the case, and that person. While we have criminals that there are still cases that these people are complaining about. Police station, instead, in jail, 99% are innocent people. The criminals are outside. So now you are like, and the other thing is women. How about one first thing? Power. It's women. Women, we have power. We can even change the world. Everything here affected today, it is all because of us. Our attitude stinks sometimes. And we need to change. We need to change. Let's love each other. Let's support each other. But we can come up with something here and say, Basai, you do a better because you have that thing here with it. That's the mama. Mama, mama, I organization we are coming from, we are talking issues that affect women. Yes. And as the chairperson, when we deal with these issues, I will not discriminate around whether you are from Kaikawa. We are talking about women. So let's support each other. What can I say to Mama? Clap your hands, support that woman. Don't hate me because your mother was fighting with my mother and she still said it. So, Pastor Mamudi, there are a lot of things that are affecting us as women. But as long as we are not united, we are not even next to be united, you must know we are not going anywhere. You are talking about positions. I also mentioned that in your monologue. We want to see one day in Congo having a woman premier. What I like about my organization, it will tell you that here or in the ANC, it's not about your intelligence. It's not about intelligence, it's not about clever or Fitama, you can talk Fitama. Whoever anybody will feel or center actually doing. Since no one is to work, literally come out. We cannot allow women always. And you go for that mandate, you will always have one woman in 5 men. And you will clap hands for that, and you will support that. We put your well, that thing is going to change. Where will see women even now, but we don't want to check this outside. We want to see the president outside. The first it will give aside. If the women of 1956 they managed to change, but no, how was never changed when I pass. How was trying to reload Funya to Governor Ramana. Amawina. Then the situation that will come on higher. But what is women will change. There's a lot of abuse from your boyfriends. There are women, why not my use like charity? They even allow their boyfriend to abuse their children and they don't talk about those things. Basani Ratamalale. Ratamalale. On the street, those are our children. And as women, who's that boy? Is it not your child? Are we put on there's something that I must do? That this boy will actually change my number. Because the same party those people who are bringing those nyawpes here, those that people I know they've introduced nyawpe, they don't eat nyawpe. I was once went with the police where we found a drug dealer also selling nyawpe. We asked that person to eat those things. He said to us, I don't mind, you can kill me. I want. But why when I was saying, why do you allow that thing? I'll just leave it because as long as you have started this thing, there's no way that you are going to survive. If you can check the Nyaupe people, once at a one year old, treatment, you must know what is the end of that boy. He's going to die. Because that thing already it has damaged it inside. So those people who are selling those Nyaupes, you don't talk about those people. We talk about foreigners. There is one speaker who talked about a person who to be honest, when you are here, don't just come for the sake of just talking. Where people did the good thing, please appreciate. Because those pieces, better like So we need to tell people the truth. We can't just always blame. We blame, but not blaming the duty, but where there are good things, let's appreciate. 2, we talk about foreigners. Those foreigners come from as women, if we can all stand up, it's not that we hate them. They are human beings. We hate their attitude, things that they are doing that are wrong in our country. If we have those people, let's have them documented documentations of our that are legal in this country. We all know those foreigners that are not even allowed. We are not allowed to sell food. They are not allowed. Because today, they are all over selling food. But if one of you, I can remove that because we always complain that our economy is going down. It has to hold because our macro, if one of you are going to macro, let us Somalian or those foreigners, is there anyone finding a career about mobile more like mobile game? But machine in their houses, producer every day. Say no one about it. Everybody can play. Buying poison to kill yourself, to kill your children. And they are whatever we should have whatever they drugs, whatever sent my job. Rokumo to live aside. I want to lose a little deal on the first and ask yourself for that. Honorable Chair, as you conclude. I want to lose a little deal more habitual. I petition that. Why? But because they are building their own community. The other thing we're going to go later, we'll have time to talk about this thing. Go and check. I'm not going to give you the answer. Go and check what does that mean? Go and check. Because that thing is a problem to you. You know what I'm going to put into other Two, why do they want to occupy the corners? Why are they occupying the corners? It's danger to you guys. Because those people when are at the corners, they are monitoring each and every one, your moves and everything. When they want to recruit themselves, one day if they want to come and attack us. But each and every corner will give information. They give information about the area I don't know what with things that they're doing. So you need to know that those people, all of them are soldiers. So I'm 15 the honorable speaker, and my people here, everything is noted, and I'm saying that women is not actually the Iwa Kumbo. Kimotata, Galileo, and the Sinalia, we are still going to talk. Baba, when you pass the implementers, they will meet with you and tell you what now. By implementing it, about implemented, because in my committee, I never told Bolera because talk is cheap. I want implementation. We shall now call upon Honorable Patel to make vote of thanks. Honorable Patel.
members in the gallery, good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, mine is just to say thank you. As much has been said by the chairperson of this committee, I am not going to deliberate a lot. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, if I can start to open one of these quotes. I open the quotes. When you rise in the morning, give thanks. For the light, I can see you. For your life, say thank you. For your strength, and also give thanks for your food and your joy of living. If you see no reason to give thanks, the fault lies in yourself. Gratitude is the sign of a noble soul. I close the quotes. Honorable Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to give thanks, vote of thanks to all those who have helped make this event a success. To mention one by one, it will be to take or to take time. All those who were taking part in this event, aside as the chairperson of this committee have already said, keep on fighting and be united. I would like to give thanks to the organizers of this event, as I already said, the chairperson, and also the office of the premier. We thank you for the huge work you have done. You have made this day a very successful one. If it wasn't because of you, people being in this sitting, this event won't be a success. So we feel proud and honored as women that our women are supporting the event. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all participants for their presence and contribution to this event. Without them, as I said, this event would be a failure. I would like to thank all of you and also wish you a success and a happy journey back home. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'll call upon the Tower to give us announcement.
Good afternoon, honorable members and delegates. Dimasiari, Absheni, Kamela, Kumela. I only have one announcement to say. The catering lunch will be served in the basement. There will be protocol that is waiting for us outside to usher us where the basement is. Delegates who will only leave after the procession has left the chamber. We will follow the honorable members and the presenters. Thank you very much. Very good.
Thank you, honorable members and delegates. The House is adjourned until the next Women's Parliament. Thank you.
The Honorable Madam Speaker.